Greetings, everybody. It's me, Lily of Ace. I am here. Hello, Fanford. Wawa indeed. Also, thank you for redeeming first. So, I passed my exam with 82%, which is not the best score I could have gotten. I know if I knew some of the subject matter and figured out how to do that one equation, I could have gotten like a somewhat higher score, but honestly, I'm done with this class. I no longer have to do it again. I passed with a pretty grade. I now focus on 1, streaming, and 2, the family vacation. I don't have to retake any classes that I took this semester. Yes, indeed. I need to go talk to my mom after she's like awake, so I can pay my tuition for the next semester, because that's due in 3 days. I'm gonna try and get that out of the way so that I don't have to worry about it. Anyway, we are once again working on Patchley's Revenge. I might rename this file so that it's a little different. But for now, I'm going to let's check the test sheet. Asked me. Explain something about Osmi. Is she, of course, a Kristra. I am, of course, going to change her hair in the reference sheet. But something I plan on doing is that I plan on working on the apology. How I am going to do her horns. And make this a little bigger. Oh. This a little bigger. Then move this over to here. Do that. And actually the big thing that I am going to be doing here. I actually have this reference in the reference page. You'll have to run me in the background and some stuff. Understandable! Don't feel like you have to wait to do that at all. Well, because of me. Always make sure to do the important tasks that you have to do. Also, I'm going to be working on some other things here. That isn't just like topology, like general preparations for 3D modeling. Because I also have plans on finishing up the section break for Osmanthus Fragrance chapter, which is chapter that kind of like involves Osmi. And I'm gonna make the Adderhorn. And I know I also have to do a little bit of world building for like how the Hoop Vulcan and Krystra like dress themselves. That's an aspect of the world building I have yet to do. But I could imagine that for the Eastern Krystra, is what Osmi is, probably like decorate their horns with probably like something that can be tied around the bulb over here, like at the edge of this. Maybe it comes decorated with flower embellishments. Probably not like actual flowers, but like artificial flowers made out of either fabric or enamel. Probably like some anglies, like tassels and stuff. I'll have to look at historic head accessories for, from, different eras of Chinese history in order to figure out how to do that, do this specifically. But I think I'm gonna add a little bit of ridging. It's not gonna look the most consistent. But for anyone asking me, Skelly, why are you drawing the horns? It's pretty simple. The main reason is because I am planning on making a light novel. Light novels require drawings to be made. And with the protagonist here especially, a lot of the characters have horns. Luckily for characters like Hydrangea, her horns are pretty simple. But for characters like Patchouli, Dahlia, and Osmi, they are very complex in terms of shape language and just general shape in general. And because of that, I want to try and do them, like try and the bucket, learn Blender, and make 3D assets of the characters. The important thing for those purposes is the head. The most important thing is me to draw here is going to be the head. However, there are other things that I need to draw as well. And those include tails. Which literally just apply to Osmi, Hydrangea, and any other Crystal characters I make in the future. But let me open this up. And let's go to here. So I am not going to make the scales just like they're just sticking on to the body. And because of that, I have these this like weird little soft diamond shape. And that is representing muscles. Because realistically, it wouldn't just be like kind of like random. It wouldn't just. It's just stuck on there. It has to look like it's been integrated into the body. And is pretty much what I have to do. I accidentally put the thing as the horn side thing as neck. But honestly, I don't really care about correcting myself. Besides, I wrote it in pen. And I am going to do a thing that is going to be this. And gonna be what the tail looks like at the very base. So it's basically gonna look like muscles. Then tail. I am going to place the symmetry ruler. Then I don't remember what I exactly referenced for the tail. But I think it was the flag for Wales that I used as a reference. And I'm gonna make the top edge soft, a little rounder. So ads are gonna be starting in about 5 minutes. I accidentally made this shorter. I actually. Whoops. Anyway, I think that is good. Also, I almost forgot. There's an old man with the Peepaw Man with. Oh. Celery in the shrimp. Also, I'm gonna yap a little bit about something that is not this. So apparently, Infinity Nikki has an official world map for the game, where you can sync the data for your game to the map, and you can see all the things that you have missing. Like all the Whim Stars you have yet to acquire. All of the Duke of Inspiration you need to get. All of the chests you have yet to get as well. Then just other things including Bubbler. Also records, which is like how you unlock some of the soundtrack that you can play on your home island. But of course, I don't think I'm going to be doing a lot of that anytime. Because I'm literally going to be away from my computer for a whole gosh darn week. Because that's how long I'm going to be outside of the United States. Not a joke, by the way. If you think that I am joking, I am not. I am genuinely going to be out of my home country for a whole week. I will, however, be going to a cat cafe. I think that's pretty cool. And it's like one part of the trip I'm absolutely looking forward to. Also, yes, I love giving characters tails because I can't help myself. Probably saw this with Subi. But I love giving characters tails because it adds a way of expression. And, you know, my model also has a tail. But yeah. Ads are starting in like half a minute, so I'm just gonna pause what I'm doing. Yeah. The ads have now started. They are going to end in about 3 minutes. That's when I shall return to y'all. About the thing for would have saved me a lot of hassle. Especially acquiring those pesky dues of inspiration. Which apparently for the new area, I gave all the dues of inspiration that I could to Ian. So now I can't give him any more. So now I can just collect them for the sake of collecting them. But yeah. Then I also have to do Osmi's tail. And I'm gonna do that after ads happen. I might try and do something with the 3D model heads for the characters here. Try and add some kind of like rig to them where I can have like predetermined expressions made. And figure out how I can like extract the line so that I don't have to really do a lot of work with that. Make my job of making different expressions a little easier. I don't know. But anyway. Oops. Now it's time to do Osmi's. Which is gonna look pretty different. Because Osmi has a lot more going on her tail compared to Hydrangea. Because she is, you know, based off of an Eastern Dragon, have pretty long tails. And because of that, I'm going to make her tail look very, very fluffy. I am going to do red, and I am going to have that be the end of the tail. Now I do scaled underbelly. Yes, Osmi has a scaled underbelly on her tail. Because it's accurate to the research I have done. At least I think so. Might have to do more research. I was just chilling there, like, woman is at her desk, doing whatever she does. I might go and start up cat cam. I have to bring it over to where Mao is, though. I mentioned getting out the cat cam, and he decided that he is just gonna leave. That little rascal of a man. Yes, I'm fully aware that this is giving bug. Rest assured, once I actually render this in Blender, like sculpt it in Blender and all that, it should look less buggy. Not like in terms of like glitchiness, but instead of how much in terms of like a grub that the tail looks like. Oh. What is it that you want, my... Ow. I did that, he does. But just... I'll push it. He was very away from me. Yes. I accidentally shocked myself by touching my fucking headphone. Yeah. Yeah, I need to exploit my cats for internet clout. For lack of better words. I'm pretty sure my cats wouldn't care as long as I am giving them attention. I think... Also, there is one thing I don't like other things other than, making stuff for, the creatione of 3D models. I have to refine the armor for Hydrangea. And then I also have work on the section break for the Ultimate Flagrant thing. Which I'm actually gonna go work on that now. I literally just use the shift click to select all of the references I have. But anyway, it's time to use the Kung Pao penis brush. And yes, I unironically have a brush that I named Kung Pao Penis. Simply because the mouth funny. Do not question my genius. Also, there is like one thing that I find kind of annoying that I have to do for this whole thing, because I decided that I should, instead of just using like photographs and like purchasing the rights to them, instead draw the flowers on my own. And fellas, chat. Drawing hydrangeas has driven me insane. Like, look at all this. Look at this. I never want to draw these again. I am partially tempted to just do some random layer magic. Just go wha-bam, copy and paste some of these, but it would... I'm sure there will be at least one person who notices that I took the lazy route. They're just like, Kelly decided to be lazy with her art. I'd like to not be accused of something like that, even if I do have a good justification as to the laziness. But if I am going to be lazy with something, probably going to be something that is of little consequence and helps me get things done faster while either retaining the same quality or making it quality better. Yes, I plan on adding tone stuff to this. Drawing. and white toned. Because if I am to add colors to this, it's probably just going to be like, the entire thing is going to be like one hue, and there will be different tones and tints of the color. And that's probably just going to be exclusive, like the electronic book. Probably for like the ebook version of Patchley's Revenge, I am going to make two variations of the book. One where it's, the same, it's gonna be black and white. Then the slightly more expensive version of the book is going to have a bit of color. And of course, depending on where I sell it, I might add free wallpapers for your desktop or phone. Or possibly make a mod pack for Opera GX. So that people can, see some of the characters and be like, oh, these look pretty cool. What is this about? And they might possibly encounter my book, or possibly game, depending on whatever time period this is. They are just like, let me look at this. Then they might purchase it. Maybe they even buy some merch. Again, money. Continue doing this bullshit. But yeah. I'm probably gonna work on this for a little longer. I am probably gonna make the I lost my I'm almost done with the entirety of the breaks. So I won't have to do them again after I finish the Dahlia Cookie Nail one. Also, I have something special planned for my birthday stream. Because that's coming up in like 2 weeks. One, two, three. Little less than 4 weeks from now is gonna be my birthday. And I am planning on something a little funky. A little bit silly, even. I am going to do my stream. All I'm going to say is I might make a special PNG for the event. I mean, I would commission someone to do it, but I don't wanna. Yeah. Yeah. This is pretty much what I'm gonna be doing. Yeah. I'll be. Finish this last. And here we go. There's looking now. And also it's just good for here, cause An hour has passed. That means I am going to take a break from drawing for about 5 minutes and return to drawing. I'll be back. First, save progress. Now I shall be back. Thick. I have given attention to some kitties. One of them, of course, tried to bite my hand off. That's just because Silver is a silver boy. That is what he is. Also, he has the brain of a kitten because he was really socialized. That's just a theory. That's poor kitty's social skills. My goal for the, is I kind of want to make them look, they're kind of coalescing, that they are like part of the whole. But people do not appreciate the fact that I spend like about an hour working on these individually. Just think it was easy. Gonna get so pissed off. Because this takes a long time to do. I'm not even done. And I haven't even finished all the topology stuff I plan on doing. That one is done. Yes, I am going to bother making the as detailed as I can. Reasonably make them because they're gonna look big. Anyway, get thrashed. Play Deltarune. Also, I have registered for 4 classes in total, so I am now once again a full-time student. Because of course I am a full-time student. How else do you think I'm gonna get my degree? And my goal is to get a bachelor's. Yes, that is the ultimate goal, acquire a bachelor's degree. And funnily enough, my major is technically not of the arts, despite it being related to art. It's actually a science! Which, I honestly do not know why a degree related to art can be part of, can be an associative in science. It's because my specialties in digital media and computers are made with the help of science. All hail Ada Lovelace. Actually, let me go back. Okay, so according to this, my degree for the community college I'm in is an Associate of Applied Science in Graphic Design for the university I plan on transferring to. It's a bachelor's degree, like a BFA in graphic design. I have a total of 9 classes I have yet. And for anyone wondering, Ellie, I need now take 9 classes at once so you can get transfer by the spring of 2027. Somehow, no. I don't think I can handle 5 classes. 9? No. Nobody. Unless you're like physically unable to sleep at all, like you don't need to sleep at all. You're not gonna survive taking 9 classes in a single semester. So I'm balancing them out. I like next fall gonna take 5 classes total again. Because the classes that I need to take, a lot of them require me to take a certain class again in order to get the 1 credit I am missing. Which is kind of weird that the class didn't give me all 4 credits the first time. Maybe it's so that I can fully understand the material. It is like kind of a fundamentals class. But I don't know. College, I've lost the desire to try and comprehend it a long time ago. Especially after one of my professors decided to just fail the entire class. I had to retake that class with a different professor so I could pass it. I'm gonna yap a little bit about some of the classes I'm taking. Especially as I, get closer to the semester. It starts a week after my birthday, by the way. And luckily, because of the fact that 3 of the classes are, completely online, I'll be able to, do a lot of be able to do like a few assignments a day, like whatever day. Then I'll probably like stream on the weekends instead, like on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'll stream gaming and like possibly their assignment stuff. I know that I have an in-person class on Monday and Wednesday. And the time that it happens means I won't be able to stream at all. Which... pull up. To go check. I haven't written it down in my notes. Right, so... a birth. Right now, can so I wasn't able to take a creative writing class because the only one that wasn't like completely closed was one that started like super early in the morning, and I would not be at capacity to do the stuff I do at that time. So after consulting with my mom a little bit, I decided to go with the introduction to the short story because that also involves writing stuff. So the schedule. Three of my classes start the week after my birthday. So January 12th is when those start. Then February 15th is when my final class starts. The Intro to Computer Graphics one. So I'll also be on that. Once, you know, class actually starts. So a schedule thingy that like the schedule formula that I'll follow for my semester Monday and Wednesday, in-person class. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday as well, classwork. And Saturday and Sunday will be days where I stream. Like, after the first few weeks of class, I'll start streaming on myself, work on certain assignments. Like, those that I feel like I can do without, like, doxing myself, or the assignments that I can do while using LibreOffice or drawing software that I'm using right now. And I'm actually gonna use a Bezier curve for this. All these, then I can probably consider done. This is I have completed. I need to add some more stuff to my to-do list, but got like 5.5 minutes to add, so I'm just gonna take a break. So probably once I'm done working on all of these, I'm gonna like maybe I mean, I could play Infinite Nikki, but I have to turn off my overlays and then my display capture is kind of annoying because if I want to run it, you know, in a window capture or game capture, I have to put Streamlabs on administrative mode. And that will mess with my Stream Deck. Because if I run the Streamlabs thing as administrator, my Stream Deck will not be able to detect that Streamlabs is running. And because of that, I can't really use all the buttons on it in order to, like, switch between scenes. But so I think I can give this as a piano. I'm actually gonna go and look at my schedule. Place here is what I am planning on doing for week I come back. Yes, is what I have as my schedule image. For those who are new and have not seen this before, it is my profile picture. Then these things. Don't worry about what will be happening on Christmas Day. You'll find out eventually. I think I'm going to switch this over. We're almost done with that. And I won't have PT out all this week. I think the next time I probably have is like the new year. Like sometime before my birthday. Oh. It's gonna be on Monday. Right, because the new Thursday they are holidays. God, that I put my birthday calendar as as birthday time bitches. I forgot about that, if I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Anyway, ads have started, so I'll probably post this once I get home from Canada. I'm just ads roll. Still. I'll go pet a kitty cat. It wishes to be met. The two things I have left to do here are Dahlia's horns and Hydrangea's armor concept. Like, expand upon it, but I don't think I gathered many references yet. Since I, last year, I think. Also, my cat Magda woke me up at 8 in the morning, demanding attention and biting me. She was gnawing on my hand, that silly little girl. For anyone wondering, Skelly, why does your cat bite your hands? I wish I knew. Her mother does it, though. That's probably where she gets it from. Oh, this woman isn't giving me the attention I want. I'm going to bite their fingers. Which is the type of logic only a cat would have. Especially one that was raised in the sewers. Sewer calico. She may be cute, but she was still raised in the sewers. Also, the Super Calico thing is just in the most affectionate way possible. We actually do not know if she was actually born and raised in the sewers. Just call her Sewer Calico. Or just little uwu baby. Kitty Calico. It's just the sewer cat thing is just in jest. And welcome back from ads, everybody. Anyway. I think I'm gonna go to... Dahlia's ref sh... This one? And I'm just gonna do the sketch. Like, yeah. So, unlike Patchouli, Hydrangea only has one set of horns. And for anyone wondering, why did you give Patchouli 2 sets of horns? I don't know, it adds interest to her silhouette. Yeah. Add a little bit of contour lines. Also, from what I've heard, when it comes to models, it's better to kind of like have your polygons be square instead of triangular for the sake of, you know, the fact that it looks better or when it's, you know, distorted or something. I don't know. I don't know much about 3D models. There's probably someone out there who can explain it way better than I do. I'm probably going to end up making horns a little bit low poly anyway. Like, out of all the scenes here, most likely going to be pretty high in detail is going to be Osmi's tail. And that's just because her tail is probably going to be the most detailed thing that I'll have to sculpt. And I, of course, plan on consulting a bunch of different tutorials. And possibly the various online forums out there that kind of explain this godforsaken software known as Blender. I believe I did download it though. I have Blender. It's just the big thing is I need to learn how to use it, which is honestly not going to comprise of me fucking around and then proceeding to find out when everything goes wrong because I fucked around without knowing anything. Yeah. Probably just gotta have a lot of this stuff in the low poly jail. Like, enough polygons so that it looks somewhat smooth, but not enough that it just causes Clip Studio Paint to implode. As I like to avoid having my beloved drawing software implode on itself because of a too high poly model. Might be bad. Yeah. We're done with the horn for Dahlia over here. Which, for some of these horns, I'm probably going to use them. And I might upload, like, the heads of some of these characters with the horns attached as free assets for Clip Studio Paint. Because I honestly don't want people to struggle as much as I am when drawing my own characters. And for those who don't have Clip Studio Paint, I'm probably going to make like a perspective chart of the characters who have the horns and how they look in different perspectives. But anyway, I think I'm going to go back to Prima. Now I am going to draw him. Which I'm going to grab the reference sheet for both of his daughters. Because I want to kind of like make his daughters look a lot like him. Also, make a little joke that his daughters do not resemble the person who birthed them. Kind of like a symbolic thing, like way to reassure them that despite the woman who birthed them being a horrible person, they at the very least don't look too much like her. Even if for Dahlia it's because of, you know, the way she kind of holds herself. I kind of imagine Dahlia be more physically similar to her and Patchoul's. Probably going to change the name because probably going to change the name of their mom to a different flower. Because after a bit of hindsight, I feel like it might not be best. Name her Narcissa. It would kind of like be disingenuous to people who have narcissistic personality disorder who are actively trying to improve themselves. And I think I'm gonna like give him beard of a wise old. He's like 100 years old. Is pretty young for Hoopville standards. Because the adulthood of a Vulcan is way longer than those of a human. They live pretty long lives. They're kind of like turtles. In a way. Yeah, I need to look at, you know, anime characters that have beards and see how they're drawn. Anyway, to Pinterest, where I have a reference that I plan on using as inspiration for him. Actually, I'm not gonna make it. I think I'm gonna make his beard a little shorter. This? And have his head. And like bun. Like give him bead. I'm gonna look at. Oh, I give him. Hi. Yeah, Grima Chroma is just dad who really just wants to see his kids again, but was, framed and now people that he led now believe him to be a traitor. All because of his wife, the mother of his children. I'm gonna have the inner part of the eyebrow a little bit upturned and the outer part downturned. Give him a bit of a solemn expression. And basically, I am giving him aspects of. I'm giving him aspects of. Oh. Full of 3 different characters. Dahlia, Patchouli, and Hydrangea. For Dahlia, it's likely going to be, the horns. This real quick. For Hydrangea, it's the half up, half down style, and for Patchouli, it's the braids. He has traits for all 3 of the daughters. Well, Hydrangea is not biologically his daughter, but kind of took the role of a father in her life. So I feel like it makes sense to kind of like add her to the potential people the characters I'll use aspects of in order to, create Grima Chroma. Yeah. Anyway, as you can see here, this sketch sucks ass. This sucks slightly less ass. It up a little bit. Looks easier. I'm giving him glorious hair. Glorious, glorious hair. And eventually I will make a 3D model of the old man, at least for his face. Like his head. I can draw him consistently. I'm probably just going to make the outline, gonna make the model pretty. The biggest detail is probably going to be like the eyes and stuff. But I am going to go into here. I am going to add something. His design. Okay, I'm going to be in a little bit of color ideas. Yes, I plan on there being like a very emotional reunion scene involving, and his daughters, and Archangel being like, Dad was his best to be a father figure for me after he rescued me and other character who I have yet to design but has a name. And then actually it's probably going to be like, and that probably makes us sisters now. as we have kind of now share a dad. Of course, Emma probably approves of that because, you know, is, after all, a father. But about him is that I kind of wanted to use his colors, like and both Pat and Dahlia. This might be the best way to do that. That means yes, I am making his horns and eyes pink. As real men aren't cowards about the color pink. Yeah. Yeah, I think here looks pretty nice. So I'm probably gonna go do my intermission and then start working on the hydrangeas armor again. So I'll be back. Back on my I have bugs. But anyway. Have this. Which I believe I used it Flash as a reference for this. But the now I'm gonna grab back on. I'm gonna make pose. Nothing else to really say, I'm just gonna make a T-pose. Go ahead and grab it. Oh. And for the record, I'm not really going to be following the here all that closely. This is just I have a reference for what Stranger's body is underneath. That's simple. That's simple, y'all. Now, is base for what looks like. Actually go and grab some references from Dungeon Meshi. Because I recently finished watching that. I'm going to grab all the well. That is just try and, not mess this up too badly. Now for pass 1 of the armor. I'm going to stay faithful to what I kind of have here. All the things that are kind of on. The design. Okay. I am pretend that either this mission there or there is something like this going on. Yes, I will likely make a full 3D model of Hydrangea in her armor. Anyway, let's continue with this first pass. A 9. Of course, an hourglass shape for armor was actually pretty popular back in the day. I'm going to include that as well. And that goes down. I like a loincloth thing. Not really. I actually took a little bit of inspiration from Fate Stay Night, I believe. For, you know, the armor. I wanted to make her look more like a knight. Are a little hard to make. I believe I can. Looking. This is the first pass of the design. Just add the poof. I like meant to represent, you know, her half a ponytail. Now I'm going to a second pass. I'm actually gonna go onto Pinterest for this. I don't remember where I have any part of Dungeon Mesh. So the second pass is going to take a little less inspiration from Transformers and instead Delicious in Dungeon. It's slightly darker. This instead. But as I kind of imagine her wearing, you know, one thing I know that Hello, Shadow! One thing I definitely wanted to add to Hydrangea's armor here is just some fuckus as pauldrons. Because that is also something that they do in Transformers. A lot of the characters just have these fuck-ass shoulder pauldrons. Yes, hello Shadow, I hope you're doing well. Well, I have a trip very, very soon. I'll be out of the country stuff for the first time in my life. I'm going to her gauntlet. I'm probably going to just keep the same. But instead of doing what I do and just like have her hidden, I'm probably going to do real parts of it. I hope you're doing well, Shadow. But I use. I'll figure out what I'll do with her head and stuff later. I'd actually take a little bit of inspiration from some other character instead of just Thunderclash for her helmet. Part of her helmet is meant to like reference. I think I might try and reference either RC or Elita 1. My, next attempt. Also, this is going to look very colorful. I actually get some color going. Because historically, the armor wasn't just its plain color. They usually did some kind of process to it so that it wouldn't rust. It's either referred to as bluing or blacking, depending on what color it ends up being. Gold. Yes. Of all the things that I will 3D model, is probably going to be the thing that I'll spend the most time on. Because I honestly don't want to a whole lot of time, find this without a reference, and like, though it would technically be considered cheating, I honestly don't really care. Also, I have made a few expressions for Hydrangea. Of all the characters I've designed, Talia is like one of the favorites that I made. Also, ads are here. I'm gonna go and find some of those references. Oh. This is like the main reference I had for like the bluing. This is like helmet style that I kind of like. I don't remember where I found it. Also, This is the reason why Hydrangea's tail is like that. It's lack of whales. I also have a bunch of transformers. I need to organize them by character. Also, I have a lot of cat references. But I'm gonna save that. I'm switching instead be Armored Hydrangea because that's just who she is. But I think I'm gonna add a little bit of a color. Oh. I have a like RC. Madalena? That's not who I want. The funniest thing, I searched up RC, and then I decided I should probably switch add IDW to it to find the one that I want. And that's what the second image is. It's not RC, it's Nautica. Probably the head shape being pretty similar. Yeah. A fun fact about RC. He is like IDW comics, like scary as hell. Like, you do not fuck with RC. At all, no siree. This. They call back to her. Horsey. That. a webbed. And first, do yeah. So it is. For you, I hope you're doing well. Anyway, close with much done with the second pass. So I am little thing known as color. See, hold on. So that there. Put like the border of it. It's going to be the main color for her armor. acid, though. Also, it's a little more realistic. This to be, you know, color of Hydrangea's armor. Because for metal armor, don't just leave it bare. Don't just leave your armor naked. Because that's how it rusts. You instead coat it with a solution. Sometimes you coat it with enamel. That adds color to it and also a protective layer so that prevents rust. I think it's pretty neat. Of course, this plume on her head is not her actual hair. Is no. I wanted to try and make Ranger here look formidable looking. Armor also like add a bit of mystery for this design because of just the simple fact that armor mostly hides. It's meant to protect the wearer from damage. So it covers pretty much most of the body. And because of that, it leads to a mystery as to who is behind the armor. Who is it wearing it? What do they look like? No, it just feels pretty cool. So I am doing a combination of bluing and blacking. For this. Clean in some parts, blacking in the others. Then go ahead. Out. Let's add this knees. You also gotta protect those knees. The knee is, after all, a bone. Unless you are like a baby or a toddler, then it is relatively soft. Anyway. I also wanted to like have a little peek of the Ninja is actually wearing as well. to add a little bit of yellow with the enamel over here. Which, funnily enough, makes the armor look green. That is honestly just what happened with color theory. Yeah. So this is the armor for Hydrangea, now remade. A little bit. So that it makes it a little... Also, for anyone wondering, where are her horns? I honestly do not know where I'm gonna put them. Maybe she like magics them away. Weird bullshit magic. I'm just a creator. Doesn't really know what I'm doing. But yeah. This is the concept. So, yeah. That is my entire to-do list for today's stream. There's something that I could do today, but I plan that for the stream when I come home. So from my holiday. But here's the there you are. More folders. Yeah. So in terms of what I plan on doing for Dahlia and her outfits. I plan on her having like one outfit that is like a little more informal and called the casual outfit. She's probably like wearing a jacket or something. But this is currently the outfit sheet I have for Patchouli. Able to spread these out a little bit. But I know I probably need to add some details to that outfit. And I'd like to mention that this is like translucent. So it is kind of like, no. It's meant to be. So I think I took this from like also a Polish edition. But if you are unmarried, an unmarried woman, you have to wear a bit of like a solid apron. You need to wear like a lace apron. I don't think I'm gonna add too much detail to it, but yeah. I'm gonna add that white there so that be inferred that it is lace. Go and spread these out. Probably do like a little rendering stuff. Save that. Actually gonna start my intermission a little. I need to use the bathroom. So the final intermission is going to last about 10 or so minutes. I will return. Continue doing art. I'll figure out something. Alright. Time for me to figure out what the hell to do for the rest of stream. I have. Work on this. So this is Ilya, who is one of my older OCs. And kind of describe her story. The beginning involves her, Hamlet being like swayed by members of a neighboring kingdom, like some that are there. This, of course, leads to her being like very distraught about it, and she ends up using her magic powers to basically kill off all others who like terrorizing her Hamlet, and that's also the reason why she has this ear that looks a little fucked up, because it was cut off by one of the soldiers as she was, crying over her older brother's grave. So, as you do, apparently. But after she kind of let out a surge of her own power, stuff that pretty much decimated all of the soldiers except for like one or two who escaped the line of wrath. Report back to the king. She is found by a group of adventurers who end up looking around at the situation, realizing, oh shit, this is the only person here who's still alive, and end up deciding to take her in. There is one person, the group specifically, who decides to fill the role as her guardian. Her name is Rune. And context, Ilya is considered part of the greater Fae species. There are several different types of Fae, and even the types of Fae have their own subdivisions, their own ethnicities and races. Well, more like ethnicities. So the greater fairy species is part of the elf race, and in terms of what specific ethnicity she is, it's complicated. something, there are a bunch of different types of fae in the world that Ilia lives in. They usually live in different parts of the Fae Kingdom, the fairies' domain. Usually don't really interact much with each other, except for like diplomatic reasons. But the main types of fae that we are going to concern ourselves with are the Sun Fae and the Moon Fae. The Sun Fae have like relatively darker skin and light hair, and they generally live in the more southern parts of the region that usually get a consistent amount of sun in most parts of the year. And there are the Moon Fae. No, not the Moon Fae, the Moon Elves, which usually live in the more northern parts of the region. They usually... How north, you may ask? Northern, as in they experience midnight sun. And whenever a sun and moon elf decide to have a child, usually unless they have twins that, you know, play traits of just one of the ethnicities, usually the child will end up displaying different traits from both Sun and Moon Fae. These elves are referred to as an eclipse elf. That is what Ilia is. And because of the fact that she is, you know, mixed race, she gets a lot of people who are confused as to what in the world she is. Some people assume she is just a moon elf that has like blonde hair for some reason. Usually moon elves will have like dark brown or black hair. Some other people think that she's a weirdly pale sun elf. Others think she's a forest elf because of the fact that forest elves are often, you know, adventurers and stuff, or just whatever other elf ethnicity that they have actually met and interacted with. Usually, if she is clocked as an eclipse elf, it's by another eclipse elf. And the elf that takes her in as her guardian is an eclipse elf. But likely not actually biologically related to Ilia. Simply just, you know, a person who decided to take her in and teach her of being an adventurer, because she honestly doesn't have a lot left in her life at that point to really think about. Because literally her home was pretty much destroyed. Now she basically has to start over. And because of that, she ends up being pretty fearful of, like, eventually just losing her life again. So she never really settles down anywhere. Is, in essence, homeless in the story. Like, she doesn't even have her own home to speak of. Because she is that terrified of, you know, possibly losing everything in her life again. So she chooses not to get attached, not to really join a party. Living the life of an independent adventurer. Just not really having a lot of possessions. Like, most of her possessions are what she can carry. Either on her person or in a bag that she can reasonably wield. And she usually carries, like, enough money that she can reasonably hold. Well, but yeah, that is pretty much Ilya. Character who is has been pretty traumatized by an event that happened when she was like 10 years old. That led her to the life of being an adventurer. Kind of embraces wholeheartedly because it's pretty much been her life for the past 15-16 years of her existence. All she really knows. That, and because she wants to help people, like, try and prevent that kingdom from, you know, causing someone like her to end up in this she was in all those years ago. Pretty heavy stuff. I know. That is Ilya. Backstory. Like, general aspects of herself. He didn't really forge a lot of deep connection. Everything professional. All because she knows that if she gets too attached and she loses them in another tragic event, she might actually go insane. Just lose herself. Entirely. So she just keeps a distance. So it's just like, let's keep this professional. No emotional attachments. they just like, right now I am your employee slash coworker slash whatever. Or we are nothing more, nothing less. But over time in the story, she starts, gaining stronger connections with people. And, of healing from that trauma, getting closure on certain things. One of the aspects of closure I included when I was first writing this, like, years ago, was that she had a friend. Their name was Acorn. They moved away sometime before the, full invaders happened. The hamlet was destroyed. And after encountering Acorn again, Julia is just relieved because one of the people she cared about a lot and was like genuinely thought could have been might be dead is alive. After that, she starts being a little more willing to experience section of the emotional variety. But yeah. There's Ilya. Fun. About this. Continue. Ilya's appearance aspects of off of character Link from Legend of not that she's left-handed, but that's kind of been changed for the more recent games, which sucks. They have lost representation. Sucks. As a left-handed person, we don't get a lot of representation. But yeah. There's a left-handed sword wielder who's like relatively quiet. But yeah. What else I can... Yeah. Once I plan on having a few things that I like have a general description of for the plot, how it kind of like goes, and the characters that I will have on standby as I do the stuff for Patchley's Revenge. And once I'm done with writing and drawing all the stuff for Patchley's Revenge, I'll pick from those or have y'all decide in a poll on what I should do next. Then I'll do that. I might reduce the amount of drawings that I have to do for. Just so I can decrease the amount of work I have to do for, you know, each of them. So I'll have a few of these, you know, stories and stuff, like, and by create them, idea, how the plot goes, and have those lay in wait as I Patchley's Revenge. And once Patchley's Revenge is done and getting close to, you know, publishing stages, like just the general, like, I don't have to worry about, like, the actual developing story or anything, and just work on more of the technical stuff and marketing, I guess. That's done, I'll probably pick a to do from various games I have on standby. Then I'll start writing that story. Also, ads are now here. Just fish this up. Go. I might go work on like Live 2D or something. You know, work on meshes and stuff after ads end. Cause that's sometimes what you gotta do. Yeah. I'm eventually gonna like on Ilya for design and stuff. Yeah, I'll work a little bit on improving the rig. Redo vowels, that stuff. Or at least all. So yeah. Let's end. But yeah. You know, done with this. Gonna actually gonna go ahead. Close that. So left to do. Right. So I think so. I made a little bit of changes to X and a little bit of the Y. But now I think go ahead and I need to do that is fix the fucked up. I'm also well. Uh, this so that it. Down. Bill Metal, how are you? And I'm doing well. I'm modifying my model a little bit in Live 2D. Got like 20 minutes until it ends. So. Glad you came here when you did, though. But. Oh. Like, yeah. Oh. And my model has pointed ears. Yeah. It does. Many strands. And this is kind of like just the... This is just a mouth shape. These are vertices. Or kind of like used in order to... No. Smash. Look the way it does. There's already that many. Well, to be entirely fair, that's because the mouse has to move a lot. That's that. Yeah. Is just like mouth. This is just when I go, oh. Bitch. I'm actually going to arms and then add them to here. Now that has changed. It. Session. That is all. So, season. Turn this back on. As you think. Yeah. Especially when you are like first starting out drawing, like especially something as complex as a Life 2D model, it can actually take a very long time. My first ever model that I made with this software, it took me 2 years in total. Like, pretty much most of it was actually drawing the model, because it was my first rodeo. I made a whole lot of mistakes. But of course, time that it takes in order to draw, it kind of depends on the amount of detail and how you draw. Like, I'm gonna go back to Clip Studio Paint for this. So I'm gonna go into my project. I'm actually gonna grab an example. Close Life 2D. So this took me an hour to make. So it's pretty simple to do, because it didn't require me to do a lot of rendering. I mostly used a bunch of halftone brushes, semitone, green tone brushes, and all that. So yeah, that is just for a simple, relatively simple-ish drawing that doesn't require a lot of detail. Now, let's take something like this. This is the header that I made for my account, because it took me long enough to make this. This took me about 3.5 hours, like in total. And most of it involved, all the details, because my model has a pretty complex design, especially for the hair. That takes a while to draw and color. Then there is something like this, which took me 6 hours and 40 minutes to do, because it is a way more complex scene. And it involves 2 characters instead of just 1. All the general detail that comes into this. And then there is one drawing that took me a very, very long time. How do you remember how long it took to draw the pictures? Look over here in the top right corner. This is it shows you the work time here in information on Clip Studio Paint. And then then there is the drawing that has taken me the longest, and I'm pretty sure I'm still not actually done with it. Behold. 14 hours, 9 minutes. That's right. This drawing took me 14 hours to make. Like, for you, to break down or 8 hours to rage quit, that is pretty long. Yeah. Good. Yeah. But basically, the amount of time it takes something for you to do as an artist or like any other thing in general, a lot of it depends on the detail. And sometimes you can take shortcuts with like auto actions and stuff. But generally, yeah, the length that you take in order to do something depends on the amount of details you have to make. And that's why art is expensive. Yeah, for me, usual time I take in order from like start to finish on something that I draw is about 3 to 4 hours. And I usually don't do it all in one go. Usually you could use chalk, expensive. Most of it is, the reason why it's expensive is because of the time that it takes. Because you are investing your time into doing this thing. And you want to be compensated for your work, so you get paid by the person who commissions you in order to do a certain thing. Or like, you are paid a salary if you are working in a more professional corporate setting. Yeah. See, the main thing is, main thing about the cost of art is the time it takes to do it from start to finish. And of course, cost of materials. Anyone would want that drawing? If there is supply, there can always be a demand. That is what economy is. If someone likes your art enough and they want something from you, they are likely going to be very willing to pay a lot of money to get you to draw something that they want. And the main thing that you have to worry about is getting paid. Making sure you didn't get scammed out of your out of the money that you wanted for your work. The point where you do well, but at this point, maybe being jealous of goddamn. Well, see that your taste has grown past your style, and right now your style does not match what you like. So it might be an opportunity to like learn how to draw in a way that you like. But anyway, we're now at the end of stream, so I am going to explain some things. First of all, I will not be streaming on Sunday. In fact, for the entirety of next week, I am not going to be live streaming at all. And I have a good reason for this. It's because I am going to be outside of the country. I am spending a whole week in Canada. Because of the... Yeah. Because of that, I won't have access to my streaming setup at all. And I'm going to just focus on enjoying the trip. I might work on some other things in the meantime, like, you know, second drafts of some of the stories I made, maybe some other things, but depending on, because we're going to be doing quite a lot of things out there, so I might be relatively radio silent, like social media and stuff. I'm probably going to be posting pictures of stuff from my trip, like, especially since I'm going to be going to a cat cafe on Wednesday. But once I get back home, likely next Saturday, I will post my schedule for Christmas week. I'll be returning to my usual Monday to Friday streaming time until my next semester begins. And I'll have to modify my schedule in order to accommodate for my classwork. Then the final thing I have to do is survive. So yeah, I'll be seeing y'all on the 22nd of December, so in about 10 days is when I'll be guaranteed back and hopefully rested from travel exhaustion. I'll be seeing y'all soon. Goodbye.